Yeah, but what can
UrbanBroadcastMedia.com Chicago
and around the world where your voice is heard. This is UBM Talk.
Hello, this is Reverend Rick McCain, and I'm here with my baby, my girl, my boo, author Brenda McCain, and we're the hosts of the Let's Stay Together show.
That's right, baby, where you learn the rhythms of all relationships. We are bringing Holy Ghost fun to the internet and changing the way people communicate about quiet storms within their lives. We believe that to know our glory, you have to know what, baby?
Our backstory.
So come and take a ride on the McCain train every Tuesday from 8 to 9 p.m. Woo woo!
A Vibrant Mix is back with a new format.
Same informative and vibrant topics.
And a new co-host.
Yep, we heard you, and Cousin Fred is on permanently.
Hey, this is Fred. Join us every Friday from noon until 1. Same great conversation, same vibrant mix.
A Vibrant Mix with Tasha
and Tamiko
and Fred.
Right here on UrbanBroadcastMedia.com.
Lord, how did I get in between T and T?
Watch out, Fred. We're explosive.
We went to the set up Arsenio. We were in the audience. And anytime you see a white woman with a clipboard, chances are that person's going to be on TV. They're going to put a little dab of whipped cream here and here and here. That heifer squeezed that whole damn can of whipped cream all over my face. And then after she licked it off, my little dirty old man neighbor, who never has 2 words to say, I look out, he's standing at his Sunday best. So you like whipped cream, huh?
The Damon Williams Show, Wednesdays, 2 to 4 p.m. on UBM Talk.
Hey guys, it is the Diva MD show with Dr. Shanika Williams. Welcome back. You know, I miss you guys every week. This is the highlight of my week. I get to share some vital information with you all, information about your health, information about love, lifestyles, anything you name it. You can tune in right here on the Diva MD show every Saturday, 3 to 4 p.m. Today is a very special day. I am going to interview myself. I don't think that's ever been done. I am going to give you guys some very intimate details about my life. You know, sometimes you listen to people on the radio and you kind of want to know a little bit more about what goes on in their life. So today is that day that you guys get to take a peek, to be a voyeur in my life, so to speak, for just a moment in time. So my topic for today is really all about dementia, Alzheimer's. November is Dementia Month. Okay, so this is Alzheimer's Month. So this is a chance for us to educate ourselves about what goes on, especially in our communities. In our community, African Americans are disproportionately affected with Alzheimer's and other types of dementia. So I'm just going to give you just a quick background. Just to let you know what dementia really is. So dementia is not a specific disease. It's an overall term that describes a wide range of symptoms. And it's usually associated with decline in memory or other thinking skills severe enough to reduce a person's ability to perform everyday activities. And this is something that that my mom, and actually I can go back down the family tree of when it all started. So I'm going to give you just a little bit about, you know, how I felt and the things that I saw growing up that led up to this particular point where we are today. I remember my great-grandmother. I never really got a chance to really know her, but I remember being at the age of 3 or 4, having a very distinct memory of what she looked like. She beautiful woman, but she had a goiter on her neck the size of a grapefruit. Okay. It looks like a grapefruit was sticking out from her neck, and that's thyroid disease. And we'll talk about that on another show. But I'm just giving you the visual of what I remember of my grandmother. And I remember her always sitting in her rocking chair, and I remember being afraid of her. That was my biggest thing. I remember being scared because there was something about her that was not quite right. She was constantly wandering off. She had a very flip mouth. She had a very flip mouth and was not ashamed to say what was on her mind. And as a little 4-year-old, you know, I'm looking up at this woman, and she doesn't look like everyone else, okay? And she does not talk like everyone else, and she is not as warm and fuzzy to me, you know, as everyone else is. So I remember that distinctly about her. It wasn't until years, you know, later that I realized that my grandmother was suffering from Alzheimer's disease. She was in her 70s, her 80s when she passed from it. And then fast forward to my grandmother. My grandmother died at the age of 80. In her late 70s, she started showing signs and symptoms of dementia. She started, so one thing that I remember in particular, I remember her driving in her car. She normally, you know, just drove to church or she drove to the store. Like those were her two places to be. So one day she was driving in her car, and this was on a Sunday. So we knew she had gone to church. And this was before cell phones were really, you know, prominent. I mean, I know for sure she didn't have one. So she went to the church, and presumably went to the store after church. And then we didn't hear from her again for the rest of that day. So, of course, we're freaking out because we're used to Sunday dinners and, you know, my grandmother being there and, you know, answering the phone and doing those sorts of things. And she just did not. She didn't answer the phone. There was nobody at the house. The lights, not the lights, but the sky went dark. It was nighttime, and my grandmother still wasn't home. We get a call about midnight, saying that we have your mother at a police station out in Rockford. Now, if you're familiar with the Chicago area and the distance between Chicago and Rockford, it is about a good 3-hour drive. And this is at midnight that we're getting this call. Apparently, she had gotten so lost and so turned around going from her house, going from church to her house, which was basically a 2-mile drive, and ended up 3 hours away from Chicago out in Rockford. And the only reason the police stopped her at that time was because she was swerving and she looked like she may have been drunk, but she was not. She was just very confused, and they finally pulled her over. It took them that long for her to even remember who her children were and a phone number for them to even call us to let us know that they had her. So, of course, we took the keys from her right away after we drove 3 hours there, 3 hours back to go get her. We confiscated those keys. And, you know, that was the beginning of our journey with my grandmother suffering from Alzheimer's. Sometimes, and my aunt will tell you that there have been times where she has been combative. Now, my grandmother was the sweetest little old lady that you could ever meet or imagine. Like, she was just the best. So for her to lash out at people and to be combative was just completely not her. She would just forget. She would repeat things on a regular basis, you know, kind of say the same things over and over again, repeatedly ask the same questions. And it just got to the point where, you know, there was no way that we could leave her alone. Fast forward again. So my mom is in her mid-40s at this time when my grandmother is going through, you know, we're starting to really deal with my grandmother and her situation. And I'm in medical school, and my mom, before, she was a fully functioning, a highly functioning professional woman. She worked at a company, I won't name company names, all that stuff, but she worked at a company where she was a computer analyst, and she was actually over groups of people as far as projects and things that needed to get done in the office. She was a supervisor of sorts. So she was very highly functioning. My mom began to experience what we thought was stress, you know, stress from the job. So, you know, she became very, what's the word I'm looking for? She became very, her functioning level started to really go down. And I didn't know that. And I'm in medical school. I'm you know, trying to finish up, not really paying attention to the signs and symptoms, but there were certain things that she couldn't do that was starting to really bother her. And she ended up losing her job. They ended up letting her go, stating that she was not able to function at full capacity as she used to. So she was laid off for about 1.5 years, 2 years, and then she finally decided that she wanted to go back to work. And the reason why she was off so long, because we thought she was dealing with stress and depression issues. So we would take her to the doctor, they would prescribe her medications, but her functioning just slowly began to decline. Okay, so then she became so she went from a high functioning computer analyst and finally said, you know, it's time for me to go back to work. Went back to work, and the only thing that she could do at that time was to become a secretary. So she became a secretary, actually right across the street from where I went to medical school. So I was able to see her a little bit more. We would go to lunch together. You know, she would drive to work. And then she slowly started taking the bus to work because she started getting confused and getting lost driving to work. And we're like, okay, how is that possible? So at the same time that my aunts and I are dealing with my grandmother, we now have my mother who's starting to show some signs of, you know, early dementia. In addition to that, we lived in a 3-story house, and on the top floor was her office. And in this office, there were papers everywhere. She could not seem to focus enough to get that one particular room cleaned up. Her concentration on that particular task was extremely low. She just could not get it together to get that one room cleaned up. Then I started noticing shoes in the refrigerator, or the stove would be left on overnight, or just certain things that just, you know, you normally would not see in a highly functioning individual. Bills stop getting paid, lights start getting cut off. You know, so now I'm paying attention. Now I'm trying to figure out, okay, what's going on. So now we're taking her to various doctors. So even before then, we're thinking that she still may be functional enough to actually move in with my grandmother to help with her. So we put her in the house with my grandmother to assist in, you know, helping her and keeping her. But it was like mayhem in that house. She got another room that just became almost like Hoarders. If you all watch the TV show Hoarders, you know, that room just became completely disorganized, and her hygiene, you know, began to deteriorate. And she just was not taking care of herself the way that I knew my mom. So my mom was sharp, okay? My mom would not walk out the house without a suit on, you know, jazzy clothes. That's where I get my special styles and skills from, if y'all, okay, whatever. But, you know, point is, my mom, you know, took pride in her outer appearance. So to start seeing her, you know, lose that, and her hygiene became something, you know, that she needed assistance with. You know, something is going on. You know, now we're trying to put our heads together and really try to figure this thing out. We've taken her to the Mayo Clinic, you know, some of the top clinics in the country, and still was not able to pinpoint, other than to say to throw her in the Alzheimer's box. My mom would have hallucinations. She would look in the mirror and she would believe that somebody else was there, and she would have arguments with that person in the mirror, which was completely heartbreaking. She got to the point where she would actually call the police on the person in the mirror. And I would have my mom and my grandmother do kind of brain stimulating activities, whether it was puzzles or whether it was coloring or anything like that. Interestingly enough, my grandmother was performing at a higher level functioning than my mother was at the time that they were going through the disease process together, which completely amazed me. My grandmother went through similar hallucinations, or more so for her, it was paranoia, believing that, there was somebody else in the house, or someone was trying to take her money, or something like that. So, these are very similar situations, but different presentations of their symptoms. And what was so troubling was that my mother was declining at a faster rate than my 78, 79-year-old grandmother. Okay, so my mom is in her late 40s at this time. So if we can just fast forward a little bit more, we ended up having to hire caregivers to come into the house to make sure that they were eating. Now, mind you, they're both in the same house now. We have to actually take care of both of them at the same time. So, make sure that they're eating, making sure that they're bathing, making sure that they're dressing appropriately, helping with, some of those household chores. And I actually have a group in the studio with me today who's going to talk a little bit more about that in the second half of the show. But I just, wanted to say that without those people without those types of people in our lives, then I have no idea how I would have made it through, especially going through medical school, going through residency. There's just no way I would have made it. So again, declining function. There are so many different types of dementia. It's not just Alzheimer's, but 60 to 80% of the cases, yes, are Alzheimer's disease. But there's also vascular dementia. So after a stroke, you can have some dementia that comes along with that. You also want to make sure that there are other conditions that are not playing a role in the dementia. So you want to make sure you're checking a HIV status. You want to make sure you're checking a syphilis status. You want to make sure you're checking the thyroid. You want to make sure that there aren't any vitamin deficiencies. Then there's also senile dementia, which is just really the mental decline that is the normal part of aging. But my mom was actually diagnosed. She had the Alzheimer's gene. So there's a gene that you can test to see if you have Alzheimer's. But my mom had that positive gene for the longest time, I believe that she had Alzheimer's. Okay. But because of her young age and the way that she was progressing, she had other physical symptoms too that kind of mimicked Parkinson's disease. So she had the muscle rigidity. She had some of the psychosis. She had some of the peel rolling, what they call peel rolling with the fingers, and her range of motion in her legs and arms decreased. She also had what's called a flat facies, which means that when you look at someone, you can see the range of expressions on their face. So you can tell if they're happy, you can tell if they're sad. There's a range of expressions. But a flat facies means that you can't tell anything. They just look just straight ahead, and there's no emotion on their face. So those were kind of some of the signs of Parkinson's disease. So she actually got treated for Parkinson's disease at the time, as well as dementia. There are a couple of medications that you can take to help slow down the disease process. So she was tried on all these medications, but it seemed like those medications were actually making her symptoms worse, or she had other symptoms that, or other side effects that just were not conducive for me as a caregiver to deal with. You know, it was just the risk outweighed the benefit, bottom line. So at this point, up to this day, my mother is, she will be 58, 57. Yeah, she'll be 58 in February. But she needs full assist with all of her daily activities. My mother is no longer speaking full sentences. My mother speaks randomly. She says yes or no, but you're really not sure if she's truly answering your question. I am not sure at this point if, excuse me, I'm not sure. Wow, I haven't cried over this in a long time, guys. I'm not sure if my mother knows my name at this point. And that is hurtful. It's very hurtful. I see her on a daily basis. I love her. I kiss her. I hug her every day. And I choose to believe that she knows that I'm here with her. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I wasn't expecting that. So yeah, so I truly believe that, you know, if she can't call my name, that she at least knows that I'm there with her. I currently have caregivers that come to my house pretty much 12 hours out of the day to make sure that she's getting her 3 meals a day, making sure that she's getting her exercises and her range of motion, making sure that she is stimulated. And, you know, because I can't be there because I'm working like crazy, but I chose that route because I knew that I didn't want my mother wasting away in a nursing home. And that's not to say that, you know, that's what happens. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. But I knew that that wasn't an option, and it's still not an option as long as I am breathing. So, you know, anybody who knows me knows that if something was to happen to me, that she better not. I'm putting this on tape right now. She better not ever end up in a nursing home. And I say that because I'm choosing for her to have one-on-one care. Sometimes in a nursing home, there are maybe 10 to 15 patients per caregiver. And sometimes that can be overwhelming, and sometimes that can actually lead to neglect. So I don't want to even put her in the possibility of being neglected. I want to make sure that my mom is fully cared for, and that she has, you know, all of the resources that are available. And there are plenty of resources for those of you all who are dealing with aging parents. There are resources out there. There's the Department of Aging for patients that are over 65, and then there's the Department of Human Resources for patients that are under 65. If your loved one has dementia and they're below the age of 65, they're actually able to qualify for Medicare. So, you know, I was able to get my mom. So you have to prove that she has been disabled for at least 2 years before they are able to get Medicare. And, you know, that in itself has been a blessing. The Department of Human Services, again, like I said, for patients that are under the age of 65, they will actually pay for a caregiver to come into the home for a certain number of hours a day, a week, so that you know, as a caregiver, you know, sometimes you need respite. You need time to take away, to do the normal activities of everyday life. When my mom was first diagnosed, I started taking care of her full time in 2009. 2009, I was going into residency, working 80 hours a week. So there was no way that I was able to be with her, you know, on a regular basis like that. So that's when the caregivers were able to step in and make sure that you know, my mom was well taken care of during those times that I was not able to actually physically be in the house myself. And it's been great for the past, it is now 5 years, going on 6 years that I've taken complete guardianship of my mom. I am now her guardian, her power of attorney for, and make sure you guys do all of those things that's necessary to make sure that their rights are protected. So I'm a power of attorney of her health care and power of attorney of her estate. So I'm able to make those decisions without it being an issue. But of course, I got to report to the court, you know, how much money is going out, how much money is coming in. But those things are vital. You know, there are so many elderly patients that are being taken advantage of, and patients with dementia who are being taken advantage of and being exploited financially. And it drives me bonkers. So, you know, have a heart and, you know, treat people the way you want to be treated. I know that I don't want to go into a nursing home. So I know that God is going to bless me, that either I'm going to be of sound mind and sound body, or that someone close and dear to me will take me under their care. And it will be okay. So, you know, extend that to someone else. And if you start to notice those signs of dementia, you know, please make sure that you take your loved one to the doctor. There are things that get impaired, such as memory, the communication and language, ability to focus and pay attention, reasoning and judgment, visual perception. These are actually all the things that my grandmother and my mother exhibited. You know, they weren't able to keep new memories. They could tell you stuff that happened way back in 1950, whatever, but the new memories they were not able to keep. Communication and language. My mother is not able to communicate with me. The only way I know if she's hurt or if there's something wrong is, you know, her body language. So, you know, you learn a whole new language of communication with patients with dementia. Ability to focus and pay attention. Like I said earlier, my mom was not able to focus enough to keep her room clean or one of the things that she really got her when she started the job as a secretary, she called me one day and was like, Nikki, she calls me Nikki, I can't alphabetize these folders. You know, something that you would think was so simple and so rudimental. You know, you would think that that's easy. You learn your ABCs, you know, when you're in, I don't know how old, 3, 4, 5, first grade. Look, my kid's gonna be 3 or 4. You're gonna know these ABCs. But that's something that you learn at a very early age. So, you know, for someone in their late 40s to verbalize that they're unable to alphabetize, you know, folders, you know, listen to your parents, listen to your loved ones, because you are the first line. You know, once you bring them to the doctor and they come to see me, I'm going to ask you all of these questions, and you're going to have to be able to tell me, you know, what things are different about them. So, you know, pay attention. If you don't get anything else out of this, please make sure that you're paying attention to your parents as our population ages. Coming up next, we have RS Independent Home Health Care, and I'm very excited to have them. They've been on the show before, but they always have some great information for you. So please stay tuned.
Take it from the top. 1, 2.
Is this mic on? Great. My name is Chris Bass. I'm the host of the talk show Baseline with Chris Bass. Now, what exactly is Baseline with Chris Bass? I really don't know. I think the first person ever told me that said that it was informative and somewhat entertaining. Okay, well, I'll take it. That's exactly what it is. We also have Free Your Mind Friday. That means open phones, whatever's on your mind, free your coconut. Monday through Friday, 4 to 6 p.m. right here on urbanbroadcastmedia.com.
My name is Coach Thomas. I am a fitness, health, and nutrition coach and member of the Illinois Governor's Council on Health and Physical Fitness. Make sure you check out Change for the Better with Coach Thomas Sunday nights from 7 to 8 p.m. We will discuss topics and feature guests that will give you helpful tips and advice on how to create healthier habits that will lead to a healthier lifestyle. Make sure you check out Change for the Better with Coach Thomas, where we focus on healthy kids and healthy communities.
Tune in to Change for the Better with Coach Thomas, Sundays 7 to 8 p.m. only on urbanbroadcastmedia.com.
Hey everybody, check us out Monday from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. for the new radio show Rated Life with
it's your boy Morris Spicer,
your boy Dex Pierce, Mrs. Just My Thoughts,
Pat Price,
and me, your girl Lex.
Lex, what are we gonna be talking about?
Everything is life. Yes.
Wait, no, I ain't gonna do it.
Do it for Rated Life.
I ain't gonna do it.
Do it for Rated Life.
I ain't gonna do it.
Anyway, just make sure that you tune in to UBM Talk at urbanbroadcastmedia.com and join our Rated Life Facebook page for more information. It's Rated Life, y'all.
It's UBM Talk on urbanbroadcastmedia.com. Call us at 312-754-4333 and get in on the conversation.
Hey guys, it is the Diva MD show. You are back with Dr. Shanika Williams. Hey, if you just missed my intimate moment, y'all, sucks to be you. You better get the replay. So, just so you guys know, today we are discussing dementia. I just gave pretty much the story of how my mom was diagnosed and kind of what we are going through now. But I also have in the studio with me Mr. and Mrs. Rena Ted, who are owners and founders of RS Independent Home Healthcare. Welcome.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Let's put that. Yep, there you go. So, you know what, tell us a little bit about what you do. And I kind of gave a little bit of a hint when I first started talking. But I want you guys to share, you know, your expertise in what you do.
What we have is home health care agency where CNAs go out to the clients' homes. And right now, majority of our patients are Alzheimer's patients. Mm-hmm. They are live-in caregivers. What they do is provide meals, medication reminders, laundry, just really help them with the day-to-day living. Mm-hmm. Some of them need help dressing, bathing. Is there anything else I'm missing, Ted? They take
toileting.
Them to yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, toileting. Mm-hmm. Taking them to doctor's appointments.
Nice.
Just kind of playing games with them, taking them out, just to keep their minds stimulated.
Sure.
You know, just to keep them functioning, keep them moving, because a lot of times you'll find some patients just want to sit there and do absolutely nothing. Mm-hmm. And which, if you don't do that, that's where they'll sit right there all day doing nothing. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
So an idle mind, I was trying to think of something catchy, but I can't think of it. But it shrivels, literally.
Yeah,
literally.
Idle mind's double playground.
Yes, I like that too. I like that too. So your mind actually, and I'm giving you the medical portion of it, is called brain atrophy.
Yes.
Means your brain is literally shrinking.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the key to staving off Alzheimer's, staving off dementia is actually stimulation.
Yes.
Making sure that you're exercising your mind, just like you're in the gym and you're trying to work on those muscles.
That's right.
You have to exercise your mind as well, whether it's jigsaw puzzles, whether it's, you know, group interaction.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
Well, that's why it's so great. It's a great thing to have a personal caregiver, because that personal caregiver is going to pay attention to your every need.
Absolutely.
Going to take you to your doctor's appointments. It's going to take you to family gatherings, which most of the times, you know, your loved ones won't go because they don't have anyone to pick them up and take them. Mm-hmm. Making sure that their medications is taken and things like that. So it's very important.
Oh, absolutely. I agree. And something you mentioned earlier, just coloring or doing word games.
Sure.
Something to keep their hands going as well.
Right.
Stimulates them, and I think that one-on-one attention for a patient is very vital. You had mentioned earlier about being in a nursing home, and it's 13 to 1. There's no way.
Right.
There's no way that you're going to be able to get to everybody and give them great care. I'm like, if my boys put me in a nursing home, I'm coming back.
Kill them.
I know that's right. I know that's right. So, do you feel like any of your techniques are cookie cutter, or are they more individualized for each person?
Oh, definitely. What works for one person does not work for the next. I have a patient that likes to take baths, but is afraid of shower. And I realized the water running down on her head makes her a little nervous.
I see.
So what works for one does not work for the other. The care plans are totally different. You might have some patients that are not early birds. So you come trying to get them up, get them dressed for the day, and they're like, wait a minute, hold on.
Right.
I don't do this thing till 12. And that would definitely be me.
Right.
Don't come busting up in here at 8 o'clock in the morning.
One of my patients said that to me too. I was like, okay, I'm gonna have the caregiver come. She'll be here first thing in the morning. She was like, don't even do that because they're gonna be upset.
Absolutely, I agree.
There are custom plans, especially when it comes down to mealtime. You can't feed everyone the same.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right.
You have to, especially in our culture, we love our soul food, right? So you can't feed soul food to a Chinese resident.
Sure. Now, do you all take into consideration some of their medical issues that they may have? So when you said our community, first thing that pops in my head, which is what I'm trying to help bridge this gap of health disparities in education, is hypertension, diabetes, heart disease, high cholesterol. Now, do you all take that in consideration with your caregivers? Are they trained to make healthier lifestyle choices for their?
Absolutely. I'm glad you brought that up because I do have a patient right now that is hypertension. We cut back on the salt.
Yes.
We cut back on a lot of things that she liked to eat. I mean, the eggs, her cholesterol's a little high. So there's some things that she liked that we had to cut back on. We had to explain why. And, it was like, okay, you're on 3 different types of medications because you can't have these ham hocks anymore, sugar.
Right.
I know you want them. But we're going to use some smoked turkey.
Right.
Let's try that, and it's a matter of getting them to adjust. You've been doing something for so long, and it's just a matter of explaining how they'll benefit from it. You can cook the same things, but just a different way.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that's absolutely amazing because that goes hand in hand with their physician.
Absolutely.
So, you all are taking into consideration because, as a physician, my goal is not to just manage your chronic conditions, but my goal is to actually get you well and get you off these medications.
Yes. Right.
So to be able to work hand in hand with caregivers and home health companies to actually take that initiative to say, look, you need to cut out on X, Y, and Z, that makes a world of a difference.
Absolutely.
And also what makes us so unique, we have this very good system called Care Merge, where it allows us to communicate directly with the physicians and the caregivers and the families, and they can give us detailed information on diets, activities, or what needs to go on for the day or for the week.
Now, is that something that's automated? Is it online or is it an app or?
It's an online system that we make available to all our clients and all our patients.
Nice. What kind of questions do you guys ask on this?
Well, basically, if there's any information that the doctor wants to pass through to the caregiver, it's an automated system that the caregivers can see the information, or our office can see the information and pass it on. Also, it's a mobile app, so the information can be transferred through an app.
Gotta stay up with technology, right?
For sure.
You gotta stay up with the times.
And what I like about it too, the girls also put the menu on this, so the family can see exactly what's being fixed in the home as well. So I think it's a win when you do that, you know, you're kind of monitoring what they're eating.
Right.
Well,
And also, if your mom is having a great day, we can take a nice snapshot of her
cute.
enjoying herself.
Oh, yeah.
Pass that along
Oh,
to
that
the
is
family.
cute. I would enjoy that.
If you had family members in Wisconsin, Michigan, California, they can all see the same information.
Very nice, very nice. So what type of, I'm looking at your website, and if you guys are interested in checking out their website, you can go to www.rsihhc.com. That's www.rsihhc.com. And I'm looking at one of the things that says specific programs developed to meet unique needs of clients and healthcare professionals. Are there any other programs outside of the app that you guys have as far as developments?
No, not at this time.
Okay.
No,
So you
not
guys
this
are looking to expand
Exactly.
and do some bigger things.
Exactly.
Exactly. And what is your vision? What is your vision for your company?
well, I'm glad you asked. We're looking to expand in the next 5 years to have what we call a respite house.
Nice.
Where you, like you were saying, if you want to go on vacation and you want to go 7 days, you can bring mom to my house, what's called a respite unit, and they'll allow the family to have time for themselves, and she can be still in a loving and looks like a home environment.
Sure.
And still get that one-on-one attention.
That's absolutely fabulous. I love that idea. I'm gonna need y'all to patent that real quick.
Okay.
For anybody listening, but
Yes.
that puts me in the mind frame of Ronald McDonald House. Are you guys
Yes,
familiar?
absolutely.
Where patients' families are able to come,
Right.
who can't, their child may be in the hospital for, weeks upon weeks, and they can come and stay there for either it's free or a nominal fee, depending on,
Absolutely.
what their income level is. And it's a home environment, the kitchen. I mean, it's beautiful.
Absolutely.
So I think that is an excellent idea.
That's where we're looking to go.
Short term, we want to expand our locations throughout the Chicagoland area. Right now, we're responsible for Will County, Cook County, and DuPage County.
Okay.
So we want to make sure that we have accessibility to our patients in those areas.
Sure. Now, how are your workers trained?
Oh, well, when they first start up with us, they get 8 hours of training, and then monthly we continue to educate them. What we call in-services, where they come in and we give at least an hour to 45 minutes in-services so they continue to stay educated on what we expect as a company. And that's pretty much how we consistently do training.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to tell you guys a secret.
Uh-oh.
You going to talk to us first?
I use RS Independent Health Care for my mom.
Woohoo!
All right.
Yes.
And we have now for the past,
Almost a year.
Almost a year.
Almost a year.
Where they are able to supply a caregiver to come to the home and take care of my mom for a few hours out the day. And I'll give you guys another secret. I told you guys earlier that the Illinois Department of Health covers certain hours. So the way it works for my mom, I said she's there for 12 hours, right?
Right.
So the way it works for my mom is the Department of Health or Department of Human Resources actually pays for that caregiver for an 8-hour period. And they will come and assess you so that they can determine, your need. So that is a huge chunk that they actually pay for, which makes it more affordable for me to be able to have those extra hours where RS Independent is able to come in and kind of take up those last few hours before I actually return home from work. So the reason why I say that is I don't want you to feel like this is a program for the affluent, that this is something that, only, because I am not, I'm going to tell you right now, the Diva MD is not rich. Don't come after me for no money because she does not have it.
Can I borrow something?
In the name of Jesus, I will give it to you if I have it.
Let me get 5. Okay.
But I say that to say, don't think that you only have certain choices because of financial reasons. There are opportunities for you. There are agencies that will help you. So maybe they won't pay for the full 12 hours, but they'll pay for the 8 or they'll pay for the 9. You know what I mean? So that you can afford to pay for other services that will benefit your loved one. So speaking of which, do you all accept insurance, or are you all a private pay company?
Oh, let me answer. Let's go back one step. You asked me what else do we have coming up.
Yes.
We are starting a non-for-profit for families that cannot afford home health.
Yes.
Watch out now.
Shanika mentioned earlier where Department of Aging.
They don't know me as Shanika.
Dr.
Dr.
Williams.
Williams. I'm sorry.
I'm joking.
Dr. Williams.
Dr. Williams.
I'm joking.
Wow.
She totally threw me.
You see this family in the building, right?
Yes, she did.
The not-for-profit.
Yes. She had mentioned where the state pays for so many hours. And this came across my mind not too long ago, about a year ago. What does family do once we leave out? There's some people where they have children and they have their parents. They continue to have to work. Department of Aging will give you 4 hours, 3 days a week, and their mom is there alone. And I said, okay, Irina, what can we do? We have a problem. Let's come up with a solution. So this is what we're starting to do February. So you guys look out for that. If there's a way that I can help with my non-for-profit, I see Shanika already waving her hand. I'm over here, over there.
Oh, it's all popping.
That's what we're starting, starting March. And if anybody wants to donate to our cause, please give them that website, Shanika.
The website is www.rsihhc.com. And I'm going to give you a little bit on the doctor side of that, okay? I do home health care visits for patients. I go to the homes for elderly and disabled patients. And I have come across 2 particular cases that has broken my heart completely. Young lady who is less than 65 years old, which means who is not disabled in any way, but has certain medical conditions that are just not conducive to a way of living. Okay, so which means she does not qualify for Medicare.
Right.
Which means she does not qualify for certain home health benefits that a Medicare patient would receive. Okay. Just got a call last week that she is in the hospital on a ventilator because she was dehydrated and malnutrition. What do you do? What do you do with that? Because they can't afford anybody to come help them. I'm at a standstill because I can go in there, I can check your blood pressure, I can do all that, but I can't make you eat. I can't sit with you for hours upon hours on a daily basis. What do you do in that situation? Another patient, completely over the age of 65. Was she over the age of 65? Completely bedbound. Again, malnourished. She ended up getting a decubitus, which is a pressure sore on her bottom, on her back. Was only allowed to have a caregiver 4 hours out the day for 4 or 5 days a week. Okay, which meant those other hours, again, she's completely bedbound, no family in the Chicago area, no one else coming to check on her. So what is she doing for the other 20 hours that she's in? Who's changing her diaper?
No one.
Who's feeding her? Who's,
no one.
And was not able to get services
until the CNA comes back the next day.
The next day.
And that is neglect.
Broke my heart, broke me down.
Yeah, I'm sitting here
to see,
tearing
up
to
see
all
that,
the time.
and not being able to do anything in my position as a physician, So to hear that there is on the horizon an organization that is dedicated to collecting donations, collecting grants, whatever the case may be, to be able to still provide those services for patients that cannot afford it is absolutely amazing.
Thank you.
And I am down for the cause. I will be your ambassador with my signs on saying donate, 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 because it is so needed.
And we see it all the time when we go out to different senior homes or assisted living facilities. They have no family members. They're living in squalor. And we felt, and this was put on Rena's heart, is how do we take care of our seniors, our veterans and their spouses, for the ones that can't afford it.
Right.
And especially in our neighborhoods, you know, they cannot afford the services.
Right.
They don't even know the resources are here.
Exactly.
So as RS Independent Home Healthcare, our job, our duty, our ministry is to make sure that we can provide for our seniors who really need the care.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not anyone to abuse the system, but someone that truly, truly needs the care.
And I tell you, I don't know if we're talking about the same patient that's on the event. I went to do an assessment of her, and we are a private pay home health care agency. And it broke my heart. I'm telling you, when I say it broke my heart to leave this woman, knowing that there was no other resource for her. And if I sent a CNA, I have to pay a CNA.
Right.
And I don't have the time to dedicate the time to her that she needs.
Right.
When she texted me and told me she was going to the hospital, I was like, thank you, Jesus. Because there was some way that she was going to get some sort of care and somebody can look in on her.
Right.
And there's been plenty of nights where I set up thinking about this woman. And I'm like, Lord, what can I do?
Right.
What can I do? And I got a team that I'm trying to form together right now to make this happen. You know, I have some people there who's willing to volunteer, so I'm waiting on her to come home Tuesday, where people are saying, we'll give an hour.
Nice.
I can do 2 hours.
Nice.
You know,
but sometimes it takes a community. But there's so many like that that falls through the cracks.
Yes, absolutely.
And you know, and this particular patient, I'm thinking of refuse care.
Yeah.
When I say refuse, meaning there were resources for her. So the thing with dementia patients or elderly patients is they want their independence. Hence, RS Independent Home Health Care. I'm going to have you guys tell this name in a second, you know, give the background of the name. But our seniors want their independence. So, yes, there were services that were offered to her, be it, you know, go to a nursing home. She could have gotten some care in a nursing home.
Yes.
But she refused because she wanted her independence.
Yes.
So those are, true enough, those are choices that some of them make. But if they don't understand what resources are available, then they're not going to go for it.
And you're absolutely right. It's the independence and also the trust factor, right? I don't want anyone in my home. I don't trust anyone to come in my home.
Right. Yeah.
That is a big factor, knowing that they need the services. We see it all the time. And what we try to do is make sure we create that custom plan and that feeling of trust so we can come into your home and show you that we are providing excellent care. So it is a big, big trust factor with our seniors.
Yeah.
Well, I'm very excited about what you guys are going to accomplish in the next 3 to 5 years. I know that this company is definitely going to grow. If you're interested, again, you can go to their website, www.rsihhc.com, and inquire about some of their services. You can also call 815-729-3104 for more information. This is a family owned and run business. This is a husband and wife who I absolutely adore. And they just so happen to share my last name, so you know they're awesome.
Exactly. We're related.
Because us Williams, we put it down. We're related, but not related.
Right.
Exactly.
By the blood of Jesus.
Okay.
Guys, thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for
I
having
appreciate it. So you guys know I have to do this, and you know we're about to do a new thing here with Ted in the building since you guys came as a team.
All right.
Okay, so the Diva MD show is all about discovering inner most valuable assets. That's what Diva stands for me. For me, my inner most valuable asset is the God in me. Everything that I do is God-centered. I want to make sure that everything I do is pleasing to Him. And therefore, I know that the blessings will come just because I'm trying to please Him.
Yes.
So, Diva and Devo.
Oh, right. Not Devo.
Devo.
What
that
do you
in Friday or something, Devo?
Devo? Oh, yeah. Devo with a B.
Okay.
So, you guys tell me, what do you think your inner most valuable asset is?
I am going to say, first of all, my relationship with Christ. And everything has to be a balance.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you a Libra?
Yes.
See? Them scales.
Balance.
High five. High five.
Yes.
When's your birthday?
October the 8th.
Okay, September
Just had
29th in
one.
the house. All right. Libras in the house. Our season is over, but that's all right.
No, our season just begun.
Oh, tell it. She better tell it. That's why she a diva. That's why she is a diva. All right, Devo.
Devo. I believe it's about service. It's about service.
Mm-hmm.
It's about having human sense. It's about helping our humankind.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe we're a waste if we don't have any kind of human sense.
Yes.
I'll just leave it at that.
No, that's good. That's good. And you know what? That's the premise of my being. People don't understand that the more you give,
Ooh, say it.
the more you receive.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. You have to be able to reach out and help somebody else. You know, when you're able to be a blessing to somebody else, then your blessings will just he opens up the gate for you.
Yes.
You can't be in a position to be selfish, and you know, because everything that you have comes from God. It doesn't come from anywhere else. You didn't get that. Drake has this song and it stays in my head and I can't get it out, but he's like, came up, that's all me. Something, that's all me. All me for real. Like, for real, Drake. Y'all ain't never heard me sing before. Don't laugh at me.
Oh, no.
It is not all you. Everything that you have comes from God. So when you're able to give back, you're giving to Him.
Yes.
So
Amen.
bottom line. Guys, thank you so much for tuning into the Diva MD show. If you are interested in following me on Twitter or Instagram, you can hit me up at DivaMD929, or you can find me on Facebook at www.facebook.com/discover. I'm telling y'all lies. DivaMD.discover yourself. You can also download the app, and you can take the Diva with you, the Diva MD with you everywhere you go. The app is called Diva MD Healthy You. You can get it on Google Play, and make sure you download the Urban Broadcast Talk app that we also have on Google Play and the App Store. Make sure you guys tune in every Saturday, 3 to 4 p.m., where you get your dose of laughter, love, health, all that good stuff every Saturday. I'm going to definitely talk to you guys next week. Have a blessed week, guys.
Urban Broadcast Media, proudly broadcasting from studios located in the Bronzeville community in the city of Chicago. Heard around the world at urbanbroadcastmedia.com. UBM Talk, servicing the community and beyond.